Testing. Okay, maybe that'll work. Can you hear me now? Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think everything's good now. Ugh. I really gotta get the hang of this. Okay. So yeah, we're here with... Now that I got this going, welcome to the stream, everyone. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We're back. We're here today beginning the game The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. And this is absolutely my first time playing this game. Prior to this, I've only played Trails of Cold Steel in this series. Well, actually, that's kind of a lie. I did play one of the games on the PlayStation Portable. I think it was Legend of Heroes 3, but I didn't play much of it, so... Anyway, yeah, as I said, this is my first time playing it, and I am attempting to use my PlayStation 4 controller to play this. I'll have to see how that goes once I actually start the game, because it's not giving me the option in-game to use it, at least not here on the menu. Hopefully that'll change once I actually start the game. So, let's go ahead and start and see how it goes. Normal, average difficulty for those who want a little challenge. Hard, difficult for those who find normal a bit lacking. Nightmarish, your funeral, may Adios be with you. I'm gonna go with normal, as always. Okay, cutscene. Nope. Oh. Okay, there we go. Now the PS4 controller's working.
Daddy's really late. I even got a message from the guild saying he'd be home today, too. And Shara's gone traveling around the kingdom on some kind of training. I'm so bored. Maybe I'll just practice with my staff a bit more before dinner.
Hey, I'm home!
Daddy!
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Estelle. Did you take good care of the house while I was away?
Of course I did. Did you run into any trouble, Daddy? You didn't get hurt fighting the bad monsters, did you?
Nope, I'm fit as a fiddle. That reminds me, though, I brought you a present.
Really? What kind of present? A new fishing pole? Sneakers? Something for my training?
Well, we see where her priorities are. Maybe I've raised you wrong, Estelle. Are little girls supposed to like clothes and jewelry?
I like pretty clothes, but they just get dirty. And jewelry breaks when you go play outside with it on. Anyway, Daddy, what's with the big blanket? Is that my present?
Oh, you're a sharp one. Just a minute. Okay. Why don't you come and have a look? Oh. Oh, that's bigger than I initially thought it was.
What?
Well, here you are. Quite a handsome boy, don't you think? What is this guy thinking?
Whoa, why is my present a boy?
Don't make such a fuss or you'll wake him up.
Wake him up? You mean he's still alive?
Gosh, I hope so!
Wake him up? You mean he's still alive? Looks kinda dead if you ask me.
Sheesh. I've treated his wounds, so he should be in stable condition. In the meantime, however, we'll need to let him rest. I'll put him to bed, so if you wouldn't mind heating a kettle of water on the stove, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. He sure sleeps soundly. And he almost looks the same age as me. This is the first time I've ever seen black hair like that, too.
He certainly does have a nice head of dark hair. At least this... Estelle, I don't think you would have brought him here if he was dead. I know, right? And unlike Green, at least this boy actually has black hair. I still say Green's hair is blue. A dark blue. I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Like I said, at least this time, it looks like the main character does have black hair, unlike green. They keep saying his hair is black, but it looks blue to me. Anyway, I know I'm repeating myself, sorry. Let's continue. And a pair of amber eyes to go with it. Yeah, I don't think she would have seen his eyes yet. Since he's been unconscious the whole time. Oh, come on.
That's nice and all, but how about you come clean and fess up?
Okay, come on. Now the controller's not working. What's going on here? Just a sec. Great, now it won't even turn on. Okay, let's see if it works now. There we go. Fess up.
Yeah, who is this kid anyway? And why is he hurt?
Got half a mind to use my Switch controller instead. Maybe I'll do that next time.
Why'd you bring him to our house? Is he an illegitimate child?
How does she know about that at her age? Golly.
Did you betray Mommy?
Where have you been picking up these kinds of words? Okay, if you don't know, then I think we got a problem. No doubt from Scheherazade, I assume.
Yep, that's right.
For heaven's sake, that girl is going to get me into trouble one of these days with all her nonsense. Actually, I just met this boy while I was out on business. And I don't even know his name.
You mean bracer business?
Oh, he's a bracer, huh? Okay. Something like that. Oh, look.
Huh?
He's waking up.
Wow, his eyes really are the color of amber.
Where am I? So you're awake now, are you? Welcome to my humble home. You'll be safe here, so please just try to rest. What are you trying to pull?
Huh?
You must be out of your mind. Why didn't you just leave me there to die? Why? No, that's a question I don't know how to answer. Does things just work out that way work for you? Don't toy with me, Cassius Bright. Do you have any idea what you're getting yourself involved in?
Hey! You're sure shouting a lot for someone who's supposed to be hurt.
Yeah, and he's probably hurt more now.
Running your mouth like that is just gonna make it take longer for your body to heal.
Again, so will you jumping on him. And just who are you supposed to be?
I'm Estelle. Estelle Bright.
She's my daughter. Don't you remember me telling you that I have a daughter your age? Now that you mention it. Wait a minute! Don't try and change this up. Ow!
Quit yelling!
Alright already. But you jumping on me like that isn't going to make me heal any faster either.
I don't hear you yelling again, do I?
Look, jumping on me like that is just going to make things worse.
Do I hear yelling?
Never mind. Just forget it. As a word of advice, it would be wise not to argue with Estelle while you're in this house. Even I wouldn't stand a chance if I made her mad enough. Yeah, I can see that.
By the way, aren't you forgetting something?
Huh?
Your name! You know, that thing that people call you. I told you mine already, so don't you think it would be unfair and impolite not to tell me yours?
Seems like the logical thing to do if you ask me. Trying to hide it now would only serve to your detriment. Fine. My name is... Hey. And here's our opening, I bet. By the way, can you hear me okay over the sound? The game sound? The game audio? Yes, okay, that's good. Because I had to do a lot of audio adjustment with L-Sword, but I went ahead and tried to adjust it ahead of time for this game. Girl with the short hair, she looked like that. She looked like Sora from Tokyo Xanadu, kinda. Maybe a little older than her, but other than that. Ugh, it's so bright in here. Ugh. Oh man, I slept like a rock. And the controller is not working again. Like I said, before I play this again, I'm going to try my Switch Pro controller. Give me a sec.
That must mean it's Dad's turn to cook this morning. I wonder if that means Joshua's still in bed.
Guess not.
Guess that's a no. Well, I guess I better get myself ready then, too. Nice, Joshua! Bravo!
Good morning, Estelle. I hope I didn't wake you.
No, I was already up when I heard you start to play. I can't believe how awake you are, though. Even the roosters still have bags under their eyes. Not that I mind, what with that siren song of yours gently lulling this beautiful woman from her slumber.
What do you mean, woman? We're the same age and I'm hardly a man.
Tis, how wrong you are, Joshua. We may be the same age, but I am clearly the woman of the house.
Not any competition there, so yeah.
And that makes you something like my loyal follower, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, how fortunate for you.
You could at least try and sound a tiny bit sincere. It really is a nice tune, though. Cheerful, yet somehow wistful. I like your other songs too, of course, but this one's my favorite. What's it called again?
The Whereabouts of Light.
That's right, The Whereabouts of Light. I wish I could play the harmonica like you, Joshua. Sadly, it's a lot harder than it looks.
Compared to what it takes to use a staff, I think the harmonica is much easier. It's really just a matter of concentration.
You're probably right. I guess my problem is just that if I don't do something to use my whole body, I start to feel drowsy. Okay, playing the harmonica is fine and all, but how about getting some exercise too? All your hobbies are sitting around kind of stuff like reading and music. No girl is going to be impressed with just that.
Well, excuse me for being so unpopular with the ladies. Although I feel like I should be the one lecturing you about your hobbies. I mean, what kind of boy wants a girl who loves fishing, collecting bugs, and has a fetish for sports shoes?
That's enough talk about hobbies for now. And for your information, I graduated from bug collecting a long time ago.
Really? I'll believe that when I stop finding beetles in the hallway. Hey, Estelle! Joshua!
Morning, Dad!
Good morning, Dad. Is breakfast ready? It's ready and waiting. Why don't the both of you hurry on down before it gets cold?
Okay.
I'm on my way.
Thanks for the grub, Dad. Boy, am I stuffed.
Are you eating or inhaling, Estelle?
Like people say, kids who eat and sleep a lot grow a lot.
Well, make sure you get enough to eat. Don't forget to pour that energy into your work, too. That reminds me, you two are finishing up your training in the guild today, aren't you? That's right. It'll be a review of everything we've learned up to this point.
And once we're finished, we'll be bracers, just like you, Dad. That means I'm not going to let you treat me like a kid anymore, either.
You still lack understanding, Estelle. You can only become a junior bracer in the beginning. Or, in other words, a trainee. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you should work extra hard in your training to become a full-fledged bracer.
Well, I'm not afraid of a little hard work. Just you watch and see what I'm capable of, Dad. I'll be so successful that it won't be long before I pass you, too.
That's the spirit. Let's see what you're made of then, shall we? Let's not start a rivalry here, you two. And Estelle, keep your focus on the task at hand. We have a test later on today, remember?
Huh? Wait, what test?
about the test, Estelle? You know, the one that checks whether or not we've mastered the skills we've been learning in training. Don't you remember Shara saying that if we failed, we'd be stuck with a ton of extra homework?
Crap, totally forgot. Now that you mention it, I guess I kind of remember her saying something like that. Don't sweat it. I'm sure we'll manage somehow or another.
I honestly don't know how you survived this long, Estelle. Your brain is like a sieve. Papa is sad. How could any child of mine end up with such a careless, over-optimistic personality?
Huh, you're the one that raised me, so I definitely got it from you.
I swear, the two of you act so much alike, but whatever. We should probably head over to the guild soon, Estelle. Shara's going to be waiting there for us.
Sounds like a plan. You know how crazy scary she gets when someone keeps her waiting. Oh, before I forget, it's my turn to cook dinner tonight. Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat, Dad? Any request?
Something I'd like to eat, huh? How about Rouen-style scalloped fish in a balsamic vinegar sauce?
Well, what's that?
I think that's a little more than Estelle's cooking skills can handle. Or our stomachs.
It says I got a new item in my Steam inventory.
Okay, I'll have to look at that later. You're right, I just wanted to see what kind of reaction I could get. I'll just have the usual fried fish and omelet. No need for anything fancy, but do try to make something edible.
How rude! But I can't actually say it's wrong.
Actually, I do have one favor to ask before you head out. I'd like you to pick me up a copy of the Library News from the General Goods Store. They're supposed to be getting the latest edition in today.
Got it. One copy of the Library News from the General Goods Store.
Receive 500 Mira. Is that how much it cost? If there's any money left over, you can have it as your allowance.
Oh, okay.
However, that means no wasteful spending.
Alright, thanks, Dad.
Okay, we're heading out now. See you later, Dad. Work hard and give Sherazard my regards.
Alright. Is there anything I should get from inside the house before I leave?
Or anything I can get, for that matter? Oh, there was something. Oh, well, no, not that. But good to know about that for the future. Oh, okay. Can't open that. At least not right now. Alright, so nothing here for now. Elise Highway. Okay, can't open the menu yet. Oh wait. Well, okay, still can't. Actually, what does open the menu in this? Oh, okay, the circle button does. That's gonna take some getting used to. Let's kind of want to see what abilities I got. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, that was weird. Okay, so no quartzes yet. Okay. Let's see. She uses staff, and he uses twin blades. All right. And they know one craft and one S-craft so far. All right. North Roland, 49 cells. South Garuna Gate, 259 cells. I assume we're going to Roland. Looks like we made good time. Not too early or too late either.
We barely graduated from Sunday school. I never dreamed we'd have to study so hard to become bracers.
Well, you're in luck. Today is our last day of training. Truth be told, though, you're the one who signed up to be a bracer in the first place, so I don't know why you'd expect to get away with any less effort.
Oh, yeah, I guess I did. Alright then. Let's get to it and make it through this last hazing from Shara.
I just realized I'll have to figure out a voice for her. For Shara. Gray to me. Let's go meet with Shara at the Bracer Guild over there then. Okay, can't actually change any of the controls in the game. But it is possible to use a let's see, which one do I need to go to? It is possible to use a Switch controller on Steam, isn't it? I think it would be. So yeah, this is where I need to go.
Good morning, Mr. Renan.
Hello there, Estelle and Joshua. You're up rather early today. Did you come to buy a new pair of shoes?
Now that you mention it, are there any new ones in stock? You know, like the newest Stragas?
Unbelievable. You actually already forgot why we came in here to begin with. We're not here to shop. We're supposed to be buying a copy of the library news for Dad, right?
Of course!
Haha, you've always been a big collector of those shoes, haven't you, Estelle? afraid that the newest dragons aren't out yet. If you're after the latest issue of the Library News, though, I should have them in around noon.
Noon, huh? That's right in the middle of our training at the guild house.
We'll stop by again after our training is over. Sure, I'll be waiting for you. Okay, I guess that's all the business we have here for now. Let's see what's upstairs, though.
The morning air is so crisp and fresh. Let's see, it's about time I water my lovely flowers.
Okay, I can move the camera around. That's good to know. Let's see. Milch Main Road, Malga Trail. Wait a minute. Malga Trail, Milch Main Road, Elise Highway, Roland Mayor's residence. Trying to see what her crafts do, but it's not gonna let me see. I guess. Let's see. Now where am I supposed to go? Roland Landing, Port, Malga Trail. Resident Mayor's residence. Okay, no, not there.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My, visiting Estelle and Joshua. Good morning. Where are you off to this morning? Must be tough waking up so early.
It's been a while since I saw the both of you. I'm impressed to see you visiting the chapel so early in the morning.
Good morning, Father Divine.
Good morning. You were habitually late and played hooky more than a few times during your Sunday school days, Estelle. So have you changed your attitude on life since you graduated?
Haha, a bit, I guess.
I don't know, should I go ahead and... Let me check something real quick. Give me a sec. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and give the Switch controller a try. Give me a moment. Okay. Let's see if this works out better. Looks like there's a little time before morning mass begins. So how about I give you both a special sermon?
No thanks.
Why am I getting thrown into the mix here? Okay. Let's see. Trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be going. I guess we can try the mayor's residence. Hotel Berlin. Are you here to spend the night?
Vern? It's us, don't you remember?
Haha, no, I'm just joking, Estelle. I was practicing my greeting just now.
Oh, really? Did you ever notice that Vern teases people with a straight face while being courteous at the same time?
That's probably because he can. Oh, okay. I mistook this for a weapon shop, my bad.
There you two are. Good morning, Estelle. Good morning, Joshua. Morning, Nina.
Good morning.
Is Shara here already? Yeah, she's waiting for you upstairs. Once you finish today's training, you'll finally be recognized as members of the Bracer Guild. Good luck to the both of you. Thanks!
We'll do our best. The Star and the Hangman. The Hermit and the Magician. And last of all, Inversion through the Wheel of Fortune. This is a difficult combination. How should I interpret this?
Good morning, Shara!
Well, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua. This is a rare occasion for the both of you to show up so early.
Since it's my last day of training, I figured why not? I'm ready to get this show on the road and become a bracer myself.
I'll give you credit for your enthusiasm. But I'm going to work you hard today in every way I can think of to make sure that high-spirited attitude of yours holds up. If I do a voice you don't think is right for a character, let me know. I hope you're ready.
I can feel that enthusiasm dropping already.
Quiet, you. Every time I teach you something, you somehow manage to forget it. This training is my way of trying to keep some of that information in your head instead of letting it dribble out of your ears like it usually does.
Ah, Joshua! Shara's picking on me!
Don't worry, Shara. While Estelle may hate studying and rarely ever does her homework, acts rashly, is overly naive, and has a tendency to stick her nose in everything. Ouch. Her instincts are sharp, so I'm sure she'll pick up on how to use an ornament with some practice. Eventually. Probably. I guess there's not much I can do now, except hope for the best.
Hold on a sec, Joshua. Somehow I get the feeling that you weren't standing up for me.
Well, that's odd. I'm positive I described all your best traits accurately.
Whatever. By the way, Shara, what were you trying to predict with your tarot cards? Your face was really intent.
Oh, this? I was just trying to get a vague reading about what might happen in the near future. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have been in the right mindset to interpret the cards correctly.
You couldn't read the cards?
Well, that's surprising to hear.
Actually, the more profound the meaning of the cards, the more difficult they become to interpret.
But that's not important now. I think it's time you start your final training. I'll give you a brief rundown of all the information we've covered in your previous training. This is the minimal level of knowledge that bracers should have in order to function effectively. And Estelle, make sure you pay especially close attention to what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
What would you like to know about? Orbments are mechanical devices which operate by using what is known as orbital energy. A variety of effects can be produced depending on their structure and the type of quartz or process Septium installed. Although it's only been about 50 years since their invention. These devices play an integral role in all facets of life, from lights, heaters, and other everyday products to weapons, magic, and even airships. In connection, this technological reform is commonly known as the Orbital Revolution. Bracers are investigative and combat specialists who work to protect civilians and maintain the stability of their respective regions. They aid the community in various ways, such as exterminating monsters, preventing crime, finding lost items, and escorting people and goods. The Bracer Guild, which has established branches across the continent, manages the affairs of the bracers in each region. The Kingdom of Liberalis, in which we live, sits on the western half of the Sumerian continent, and abounds with nature and deep-rooted traditions. Liberalis is proud to be one of the leading producers of Septium on the continent, and is known for its high level of technology used to develop ornaments. Ornament technology has also been a key pillar of support for Liberalis, protecting its independence, as it has contended with neighboring nations. 10 years ago, when Liberalis was invaded by the Erebonian Empire, it was the use of orbital-powered airships that saved the kingdom from defeat. Consequently, even now, our relationship with the Empire is somewhat sensitive. Thanks to the Queen's political finesse, Liberalis enjoys peace. Okay, guess that's all. Let's see. Since we got a amount of stuff to do today, I'll let you off the hook this time with a condensed review. I'm going to speed things up now and move on to the practical portion of your training.
Shara?
How is today's practical training any different from the training we've done before? Since it's practical, that means you'll be experiencing things firsthand. Therefore, I'm going to have the both of you run through everything as if this were a real bracer job.
So, what you're saying is, there won't be any studying at a desk involved?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. This time, you'll have to go out and make a physical effort to accomplish your task. I'll make sure to have you work up a sweat, so I hope you're ready.
Yes, that's seriously just what the doctor ordered. I didn't know what I was going to do if I had to sit another day with my tush parked at a desk. I guess I got all worried for nothing.
Well, suddenly you're all bright and cheerful, Estelle. Well, let's just hope that smile on your face lasts until the end of today's training. Okay, let's get cracking on your first objective, shall we?
Let's have at it!
Your first objective will be to confirm the details of the job you will be performing. But before that, there is something that we need to give the both of you. Aina, are they ready?
Yes, they are.
Alright, you two. Go get one for each of yourselves.
These are very important, so make sure not to lose them.
Receive Bracer Notebook. Bracer Notebooks serve as the official way to record the status of your current jobs. And also, anything you may hear or anything that you may find and where. These kinds of trivial things can often become clues. No matter how insignificant something may seem, always write it down. Understood.
Crap, this sounds like it's going to be a pain.
Oh. Please tell me it was my ears playing tricks on me, because I swear I only got one response.
I'm sure there were two.
Keeping an accurate account of events is an important duty for all bracers. So get with the program and stop trying to make this out to be more than it really is, Estelle.
Okay, I got it.
Make sure you do. Alright then, let's begin. Look over by the door. You can see that there's a bulletin board standing there. First, I want you to go and check the job description posted there. When the bulletin board is approached, an exclamation mark will appear. Pressing the OK button will display the job list. By selecting the job names on the list, you can view their details. Client Scheherazade, pay 500 Mira. Details direct request. This training will involve searching the sewers beneath Roland and bringing back the contents of a chest. See Scheherazade for details. Details of the job confirmed on the bulletin board and other important events will be automatically recorded in the Bracer Notebook. The Bracer Notebook can be easily found by clicking on the Books tab of the Items menu. It can also be accessed by configuring a Bracer Book shortcut button on the Configuration menu. Very good. It looks like you were able to see what was posted without any trouble. Checking the bulletin board is one of the most basic functions a bracer performs on their job. Checking regularly to see whether or not there are any urgent tasks which need immediate attention is also an important duty for bracers.
Man, all this talk about duty is starting to cramp my style.
Sure, there are a lot of rules to follow, but there's an equal level of responsibility in the jobs themselves. I think being a bracer calls for much more than just someone with a half-hearted attitude.
I guess you're right. I'll just have to be more motivated.
Is that so? Haven't you hard, have you?
You betcha!
Well, before all that motivation sneaks off somewhere, let's get to work on your next task. What will we be doing this time? We'll be heading across the street, to Mr. Melder's Orbital Factory, and learning about how to use its services. He has graciously taken time out of his work schedule to explain things, so make sure to be on your best behavior.
Okay.
Here is where you will learn how to use an Orbital Factory services. At an Orbital Factory, you can modify your orbments and synthesize support cores in order to use Orbital Arts. Support cores? Arts have a wide range of effects and, if mastered, can be extremely helpful. The bracer business is a pretty risky occupation, So the guild has had a long-standing relationship with these orbital factories. Anyway, this is about as much as I can explain. I'll leave the technical details to the expert. So, Mr. Melders, if you wouldn't mind taking over from here? No problem. Leave everything to me. So, what is it you would like to know about? Orbments are mechanical devices which exhibit an array of effects through the installation of various types of cores. By definition, that means that lights, airship engines, and so on are all also types of orbments. However, the ones we will be discussing today are battle orbments, which enhance the user's physical abilities and make it possible to use magic. Since each orbment is adjusted to match the owner's personal aptitude, the structures for these devices also differ for each owner. Simply put, the shape of the fixed elemental slots and lines which connect them vary. At any rate, that's the layman's explanation. In order to install quartz, you must first have an open slot. By default, the central slot is open, but the other slots must be opened at an orbital factory like this. It'll take a fair amount of Sepith too. EP, which is needed for magic, will also see a max increase according to the number of open slots. I recommend opening them all as soon as possible. So, what is it that you would like to know about them? Simply put, orbital arts are magic which can be discharged exclusively through the use of battle orbits. In other words, a number of peculiar effects can be produced using the orbital energy stored within these mechanical devices. Since orbital arts can be a mouthful, they are almost universally referred to as arts. Probably ought to have been called that from the get-go. There are several types of arts, but in order to be able to use them, their corresponding quartz must first be synthesized at an orbital factory. Orbments are also set up so that once a particular quartz is installed into a slot, the owner will be able to use those arts. The type of arts one can use also changes depending on the elemental value and the combination of installed quartz. Basically, if you want to use water arts, all you have to do is install quartz with a water elemental value. In reality, orbments are much more complex than what I have described, but I think this information should suffice for now. So, what is it that you would like to know about? Quartz are circuits made from Sepith. Quartz have a vast number of effects and raise the owner's abilities while simultaneously making it possible for them to use arts. However, you will not be able to harness any of these effects until quartz has been installed into a slot. However, there are also fixed slots in which only a certain type of elemental quartz can be installed. This being the case, when you synthesize a new quartz, be sure to check your orbment and decide where you'll be installing it ahead of time. So, what is it you would like to know about? Sepith are fragments of septium which are dropped by monsters. They are divided into 7 types: earth, brown, water, blue, fire, red, wind, green, time, black, space gold, and mirage, silver. Sepith can be exchanged for Mira almost anywhere, but at the orbital factory it can be used to synthesize quartz and to open orbment slots in which to install the synthesized quartz. So, what is that you want to know about? Okay, I think we're done. It looks like Mr. Melders has answered all your questions. If there's nothing else, then let's have you both try and use the services here. For that, you're going to need some Sepith. Receive several of each type of elemental Sepith. With that amount, you two should be able to synthesize a few quartz. Now, I want you to begin by first making an elemental quartz that will work with each of your particular orbits. In your case, Estelle, any elemental quartz is okay, but for you, Joshua, it has to be a time elemental quartz. Normally at a shop, you would be able to exchange Sepith for Mira, but for this training, you will not be able to use this service. Upon approaching the counter, a talk mark will appear. Pressing the OK button will display a list of options. Select Modify or Trade to use the Orbital Factory's services.
Oh, good work so far. If you need to use the Orbital Factory, give Freddy a holler over there.
Oh, okay. This is probably all something I ought to look at in my own time. Let's see, what would be a good one for Estelle? This is the only one I can get for Joshua, but maybe attack 1. Actually, what's her HP? 132, 145. Let's see, strength, defense. ATS, probably doesn't need that. ADF, speed. Well, like I said, I know I need to get action 1 because that's all Joshua can use. Let's see. Let's get her an evade 1 for now. May not have thought this through very well. Oh well, what's done is done. Let's do Joshua's. Let me check something. Alright, it looks like you were able to synthesize one. Next, I want you to increase the arts you can use. Now, install the chords into your orbment so that you can use both recovery and attack arts. Chords can be installed in the orbment screen. The orbment screen can be utilized by selecting the orbment tab in the main menu. Okay, let's shoot install chords. Okay. Clock up BX sentence. Okay, hang on a minute. Speeds up the flow of time, speed up 25%. And then that's an attack spell. And hers is an attack spell also. Hi, are you playing Cold Steel and this game? Yeah, I finished the first one already, and I'm currently near the end of Cold Steel 2, which we will be playing later. I will be playing later tonight with my friend. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you could join us, Mr. JRPG. But this is my first time playing this game. Let's see. Okay, here we go. You may not want to play the rest of the CS games until you've gone through the previous games. Yeah, I won't be, because after we finish Cold Steel 2, Rio and I will be playing Persona 5 Royal. But yeah, thanks for the advice. Although I don't know if I'll be able to go through all the previous games, but I know I have all of the Trails of the Sky games, and I'll be getting Trails from Zero when it comes out in September. So I'll at least have to get to play those. So if there's any others that are recommended, they'll probably have to wait until they come out. Alright, it looks like you've got both recovery and attack arts set up. If you balance your arts out between each other like you've done here, it should make dealing with monsters much easier. Additionally, your bracer notebooks contain information about which quartz allows you to use which arts. If you'd like to use more powerful arts, check out the arts and quartz charts in your bracer notebook and find something that works for you. And Azure will be out sometime next year. Yeah. Alright, our training here is almost finished. Last of all, I'm going to have you open a new slot in your ordnance. The more slots you have available to you, the broader range of choices you'll have. Since EP, which is consumed by using arts, can have its max value increased by opening up slots, it would be a good idea to open them all early on. Now, I want you to use the Sepith and open a slot on each of your ordnance. Go ahead and decide which slots you're going to open. Receive several of each type of elemental Sepith. Alright. Okay, so one of each. Yep. She didn't give me any more time Sepith. Oh well. Okay, so let's see. She wanted me to do that on both characters? Did I understand her right? Okay, let's see what I can do. Yeah, I'm not sure how she expected that to happen. I see you've managed to open one of your ornament slots, Estelle. Since your central slot is not limited to a particular element, you're free to install any type of quartz you like. Oh, okay, I thought she wanted me to do it on both of them. That's a relief. This concludes your training here at the Orbital Factory. Now it's time to move on to what you've both been waiting for, the qualification test. Pardon? Did you just say test? Rean, refresh my memory. Didn't she already know about this? You can't honestly tell me you forgot about the test again, can you? Wow. Didn't I remind you just this morning? Yeah, I thought so.
Now that you mention it, I vaguely remember some sort of talk along these lines at the breakfast table.
Sometimes I fear for the future of the Bracer Guild and humanity. Oh well, no sense in worrying about that now. Let's head over to the testing area.
You mean like now? I don't know if I'm ready for...
How about a little less yapping and a little more walking? Which one is supposed to be the main character here?
Joshua, help me!
Mr. Melders, Freddy, thank you for all your help. Don't mention it. Estelle is, that's what I thought, but she's definitely a different breed. Don't mention it, and good luck with that test of yours. Not that I have a problem with that, just gonna take some getting used to. We'll be rooting for you.
I'm gonna remember that you left me high and dry like this, Joshua!
All your training has finally come down to this. Your qualification test will begin here. I expect to see you both use what you've learned up to this point. Understood. What's wrong, Estelle?
Sarah?
What now?
I was kind of wondering, but is there not going to be a paper test or something?
Did Cassius drop you on your head as a child or something? You just read what it said on the bulletin board not that long ago, right?
Yeah, and?
And I even made you jot down what you read in your Bracer notebooks. Unless you forgot that too. I'm pretty sure the job listing mentioned searching for and retrieving an item from the sewers. Ringing any bells yet?
What a relief. Oh, divine Adios!
Adios, however it's pronounced. I keep getting it turned around.
I give thanks to thee for thy infinite grace in bestowing upon us such wonderful gifts as sewers.
Sure. So what you're really saying is that you thought it was a paper test. No wonder you were acting all crazy back at the Orbital Factory.
I can already feel the nostalgia. All those horrible days stuck in the classroom are starting to feel like grand memories indeed.
I'm really starting to wonder if we'll even be able to graduate at all.
What's wrong with you? Why do you have to go and say something like that when I'm trying to reminisce about positive things?
Alright, that's enough jabbering, you two. This is supposed to be a test, so how about the both of you try to at least look a little anxious? Just so you know, though, if you do happen to flunk the test, you don't even want to imagine the kind of homework I have in store for the both of you.
We'll be fine. Just tell us what you want us to do and let us loose.
Well, if you're so confident, then how about proving that you're not just blowing hot air with the results of your test? Anyway, as you both saw on the bulletin board, this test will be a search conducted in Roland Sewers. Your objective is to retrieve the contents of a chest which has been placed somewhere within that area. The layout of the sewer is extremely simple, so you don't need to worry about getting lost either. However, there are real, living, breathing monsters down there, so if you get careless and let down your guard, you will be sorry. Also, let me give you this before I forget. Receive 3 tier bombs, and a monster guide.
What's this book for?
It's called a monster guide, and it's used to record information about monsters and other opponents you meet. Whenever you figure out a monster's attributes, you should make an immediate note of it in there. Sounds pretty straightforward to me. He controls the flow of information, controls the tide of battle, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
You've really got a good head on your shoulders, Joshua.
That's some pretty useful advice. Thanks for the tips, Shara.
We'll put it to good use.
Alrighty then, let's get pumped and knock out this test.
Let's. Don't forget though, this is an exam. We should make sure we treat it as such. Alright. Oh wait, probably ought to put that other quartz on itself. What is this gonna be? Is this gonna be the monster thing, or is it gonna be something else? I guess I'll find out in time. Let's see. There appears to be a recovery point set up over there. Let's use it if our HP and EP become low before engaging in any further battles. Okay, that's good to know. Orphan charging stations are recovery points set up in dangerous areas. As the recovery point is approached, an exclamation mark will appear and two choices will be displayed by pressing the OK button. By selecting the rest option, all HP and EP will be restored.
Sounds like a plan to me. Monsters at 12 o'clock.
Be careful not to let them take advantage of your blind side.
Got it.
Monsters cannot be seen from far away. They will become visible as you approach them. The conditions at the start of a battle will change depending on how a monster is engaged. Engage an enemy from behind is advantageous, while being attacked by an enemy from behind is disadvantageous. Battle order bar indicates who attacks first. It starts from the top and moves down. Attack an enemy. You may also use it to move, so if you're using a mouse and click an empty location. You may also use it to move if you are using a mouse and click an empty location. The highlighted area indicates the distance a character can move. Selecting a target in this area will move the character to attack. When an enemy is out of range, an icon will appear on your cursor. Selecting an out of range target will move the character as close to as possible, but no attack will be performed. Alright.
We're good to go.
Here comes some more.
Depending on the enemy, some physical attacks may be ineffective. Let's use arts, not physical attacks.
Okay.
Arts are effective on enemies that are good at avoiding physical attacks. Arts also make long-range attacks possible, but they require time to be cast. EP is consumed when arts are used. EP can be recovered by resting at inns, hotels, or by using charge stations and other items, like an EP charge. Arts are effective against foes which are difficult to hit with a weapon, or those on which physical attacks have little effect. It takes time before arts can be cast. Also, EP is consumed when arts are cast. All arts have an element. Determine the element most effective against your foe and use it. Spunion. Still, let's try using crafts this time around. Since crafts have other effects besides just dealing out damage, they're worth a shot.
Roger that!
Crafts has range limits but can be utilized instantly. CP is gained by dealing out or receiving damage during battle. Crafts are character-specific skills which not only deal out damage but also have a broad range of effects. Using crafts consumes CP. CP is gradually gained by dealing out or receiving damage in battle. Oh, okay.
Come
She
on.
knows morale. Nice.
Piece of cake!
Found reviving balm. The chest is empty because of you. Nice work, hero. Hey, it was in the middle of a dungeon. What do you want from me? The door is rusted and appears to be locked.
Oh, what a surprise! Another creepy thing. I wish there was an easier way to take care of them.
One blow using an S-craft or S-break should do the trick for just about any enemy. The catch is our CP has to be at least 100 to pull off one of those moves. These devastating attacks can be only be unleashed when the CP gauge is above 100. S-breaks are actions which allow S-crafts to be immediately unleashed while ignoring the battle order. S-crafts, which are unleashed as S-breaks, can be changed by going to Tactics and then set S-break within the menu. These actions are which allow S-crafts to be immediately unleashed. S-breaks. These are actions which allow S-crafts to be immediately unleashed while ignoring the battle order once the CP gauge has reached 0. S-crafts, which will be used as S-breaks, can be changed by going to Tactics and then set S-break within the main menu. Press the break button to unleash an S-break. An S-break cannot be unleashed under this condition. Now press the break button to try. If you are using a keyboard, you may use the 1 through 4 number keys or the arrow keys to select it before unleashing it. Now press the break button. Oh, okay.
Here I come!
Let's do this! That's that then. Let's move out.
treasure chest for after, huh? If we made this far, the rest is gonna be a piece of cake.
Seems like we got a little breathing room at least. Let's pay close attention to our battle order this time. There should be a number of ways to get more mileage out of our actions.
During battle, there are several bonuses which can be allotted to turns. Turn bonuses have the same effect regardless of whether they are allotted to an ally or a foe. Using S breaks to ignore the battle order makes it easy to jump in and strip an enemy of their turn bonus. Battle order bonus. These icons indicate the bonuses allotted to the battle order. If a bonus icon appears next to a character's icon, they will receive the bonus. Heart is heal HP, step up, etc. Indicates the effects of each icon. there's not just one, but two is kind of interesting too. Wonder what's inside.
Remember, Estelle, our mission is to search and retrieve only. Pretty sure looking inside those boxes doesn't fall under our mission objective.
No, you're not fun at all, Joshua. This has nothing to do with our to call good, honest curiosity. You know, we're the only ones down here. We can get away with a teensy weensy, right?
If you feel like flunking today's test, then by all means, be my guest.
Did you just say the F word?
Yep, opening one of those boxes could result in an automatic fail for the both of us. If this were a real job, the contents of those boxes would belong to the client. And as long as they were nothing illegal, we would have no right to open them.
I know you're right, Joshua, but I just can't help myself.
You absolutely have to know what's inside. Why not ask Miss Shero when we get back? But for now, we need to focus on getting out of here.
Alright, alright.
By looking inside this chest again, you flunk. Just kidding. I'm glad to remember to do that whenever I come across a treasure chest. Okay, that's just so let's get out of here. Good work, you two. As a rule of training, I'm going to need to confirm the items in your possession. Hand it over two small boxes. Yep, they're the real deal, alright. I don't see any evidence of tampering either.
That was a close one.
I figured you would try and set us up like that. Congratulations to the both of you. You have successfully passed your qualification test.
You didn't really think something that simple would be a problem for us, did you? So, Shara, what's in those boxes you had us get?
That's for me to know and you to find out after your training is finished. That's enough chit-chat for now, so let's get back to work. You two still have some things left to do.
Seriously? But didn't you just say that we passed the test?
You still have to learn about how to report the results of your work. I'm aware that you're both tired, but this is no time to shirk on your duties. Let's get back to the guild.
When is this day going to be over? Oh well, no sense giving up when the finish line is in sight.
Agreed. It seems like we're within reaching distance of our goal. Your final training is how to report to the guild. Whenever you finish a job, it is your duty to report the results of your work to the guild. Reporting how you resolve the situation and the steps you took to get there are all part of your job as Bracer. You can report your results to the front desk in each guild branch, and as you already know by now, Aina is in charge here at the Roland branch. In addition, this is where you'll be paid for your work.
I'll look forward to seeing great things from the both of you.
Now that we're here, why don't you both go ahead and report the results of today's training. Upon approaching the counter, a talk mark will appear. Pressing the OK button will display a list of options. Select Report to report to the guild. Receive payment for training retrieval, 500 Mira. Oh, okay. Payment in Mira, 500. Gain BP 1. Okay. BP. Current rank is Junior Bracer, 9th class.
Good job, you two. It seems like you were able to complete your objective without running into any major problems. Another thing to take note of is that depending on how you handle the job, you may see an increase or decrease in the amount of pay you receive. When you report the results of your work to the guild, pay in the form of Mira is the only thing you'll receive. You will also accumulate points which are known as BP or Bracer points. BP are an indication of your achievements as a Bracer. When these points exceed a certain value, you will advance in rank as a Bracer and be rewarded with a piece of special equipment by the guild. The ranks of a junior bracer start at 9 and go all the way up to 1. Please set your sights on making first rank and work hard. The amount of Mira and BP you receive will also be recorded in your bracer notebooks, so please have a look sometime later on. All that's left to do now is finalize your training. Let's head back upstairs, shall we? I'll talk to you later, Aina. And sorry about putting more work on your plate today than usual. Don't worry about it. Training new braces is important for the future of the guild. I really intend to work these two to the bone in any case. To the bone?
And knowing Shara, it'll involve the whip.
Let me say it again. Good work, you two. You have now officially completed the entire training course. From now on, you will be learning from your own real-world experience. Well then. Scheherazade holds out 2 small boxes.
Aren't those boxes the ones?
In answer to your question, yes. These are the boxes you retrieved during today's test. You seem awfully curious to find out what's inside, Estelle.
Are you saying it's okay if we open them?
That's right. Why don't the both of you have a look and see what's inside?
Sweet!
Alright, let's have a look.
Estelle and Joshua open the boxes.
Receive Junior Bracer Emblem.
This crest is...
So does this mean we're... Estelle Bright, Joshua Bright, beginning this day at 1500 hours, you are both hereby appointed as junior bracers within the Bracer Guild. From here on, you will work as members of the Bracer Guild to support the livelihood of those around you, defend peace, and uphold justice. Congratulations, you two, and welcome into the fold.
Did you hear that, Joshua? We become members of the Bracer Guild!
So I'm a bracer now, huh? I think the realization is only just now beginning to sink in.
Come on, Joshua! You should be jumping for joy or running around and screaming at the top of your lungs like this! Look at us now, world! We did it!
I was happy until you made my eardrums bleed. I hate to interrupt the celebrations, Estelle, but I need to take off now. I have some backed up work that needs my immediate attention.
We understand. You have been spending a lot of extra hours working with us during this busy time for the guild. Before you head out, Shara, I just wanted to say thanks.
Likewise. I appreciate all the trouble you've gone through for us, Shara. Don't mention it. Training new recruits is one of a bracer's many duties. Believe it or not, I was once in your shoes a long time ago when your father, Cassius, trained me.
So that's why you have so much respect for my dad, huh?
There's actually much more to it than that, but I'll save that conversation for another day. As for the both of you, work hard to become full-fledged bracers early on so you can help guide those new recruits who come after yourselves. And in time, I hope to see you both become respectable bracers like your father. Anyway, I'll leave you with that thought.
I just don't get it.
Get what?
This is Scheherazade, aka the Silver Streak, one of the most skilled young bracers we're talking about. So why is it that she holds Dad in such high esteem? He just seems like nothing more than a no-good middle-aged man who is always out doing who knows what instead of being a father.
A no-good middle-aged man, huh? From your viewpoint, it doesn't come as a surprise that you would see him in that fashion.
Huh?
Never mind. Let's hurry and head home. We should let Dad know that we qualified as junior bracers.
Right!
Okay, guess it's time to head home. Yep, not even anything coming up on the board, so...
Hurry up and come on! Well, wait for me, Luke. Huh? Oh, it's you two. Hurry, it's Estelle. Hi there, Joshua. Okay, you little twerp, what's the oh great it's Estelle remark? And what's the big hurry? How about telling us where you're headed? You're not thinking about wandering out of town alone, are you? The roads are full of monsters, I hope you know. You're such a pest, Estelle. Don't you know there's no room for girls to be sticking their big fat noses in boys' business? Quit acting like you're a bracer you want to be. Just how wrong you are, Luke. How incredibly wrong. You're more than wrong. You're more wrong than a fool who thinks there's better tasting milk in Libro than the milk that comes from the personal farm. What? No way. You're full of it, Estelle. In fact, as of just a few minutes ago, we qualified to become real bracers. Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What I'm saying? Real bracers.
More like braces in training, really. Don't think you should be getting on your high horse just yet, Estelle. Now, high pony, on the other hand.
Quit being a killjoy. Well, wow, you two are great. I'm so happy for the both of you. Oh, Pat, you're such a good little boy. Unlike that smart-aleck and cynical brat you call a friend. This isn't fair. I was supposed to kill a bracer first.
After you go to the general store, go north to the house next to a bin bar. Go upstairs and talk to Red. Okay.
I can accept that Joshua became a bracer for me, but getting past the likes of Estelle? What's the likes of Estelle supposed to mean?
Yeah, and how old is this kid? I'd say 10 at most.
Just so you know, you can't even be a bracer until you're 16 years old. Get it? Only mature people allowed. And that means no little kids who are still going to Sunday school.
I don't know how I should put this, Estelle, but Sunday school is dying to have you back.
Better watch out, Estelle. I'm going to go train on my secret base, and before you know it, I'm going to be a bracer too. Come on, Pat, let's go. Alright, I'm coming. See you later, Estelle. Bye, Joshua. That boy, Luke, he's always trying to pick a fight with me. I wonder if he just plain hates me or something.
Rather, I think it's the opposite.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it. It's just a boy thing. At any rate, what do you think Luke meant when he said secret base? I don't know why, but somehow it makes me a bit curious.
I know exactly what you mean. A secret base sounds really intriguing. The pure heart of a young child can be so inspiring at times.
That's not really what I meant by curious.
Okay, gotta go back to the general store first, which is right here. Hey there, Estelle and Joshua. How can I help you? Did you manage to become bracers?
You bet we did. Maybe I should have you start calling me Hyper Bracer Estelle from now on.
By the way, Mr. Renom, did the Libero News come in?
Yeah, it came in a little afternoon.
Don't brush me off like that, you two. Oh, whatever. I'll take one copy then.
It goes to 100 Mirror, please.
Purchase Libero News Issue 1. I know my dad always buys a copy of this magazine, but does it really sell that well?
It sure does. The Libero News has an excellent reporter and camerawoman who have done a great job reporting the latest, most reliable news. They even supposed to have a run story related to Queen Alicia's birthday celebration. One more thing before you go. This gift is my way of saying congratulations. It's a free sample item I received with my shipment of goods, but don't hold the free part against me.
Received recipe book. Oh, okay. What's this supposed to be? There's a ton of blank pages.
It's a recipe book, isn't it?
You got it.
when you get hurt fighting, if you just limit yourself to healing bombs all the time, it's going to cut pretty deep into your wallets. This is where a recipe book comes into play. If you eat food to recover your strength instead, it's basically free. Assuming you have all the ingredients anyway. So if you eat something new, write down what's in it, and you'll have lots of recipes in no time. So how about we try this one? Go ahead and eat this cookie, Estelle.
Received maple cookie. Well, I have made a personal rule to never turn down sweets. Ate the maple cookie. Learn maple cookie recipe.
Basically, all you have to do is eat the food to learn the recipe. It's as simple as that. As you're traveling about, you should eat whatever food you come across that you haven't had an opportunity to try before. Well, that sounds pretty convenient.
It's not that I don't like cooking and all, it's just that I never seem to get any better. I'd sure love to be able to increase my repertoire and really shock my dad's taste buds for once in my life.
That's the spirit. And in passing, if you're in need of any ingredients, I'd be delighted to service your cooking needs.
You already know how to solicit your customers, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you for the recipe book. We'll put it to good use.
Eating the recommended dish at restaurants or using to-go meals, that's the recipe to the recipe book. By selecting the recipe book, all learned recipes will be displayed. As long as the necessary ingredients are available, the food can be made. There are two types of foods: sit-down meals, which must be eaten on the spot, and to-go meals, which can be carried as items. Sit-down meals cannot be carried as items. Ingredients used for cooking can be bought at a store or acquired from monsters. And I don't have any ingredients for this.
Wait, what was it again?
Fresh milk, milled flour, and maple sugar.
Got one a maple cookie.
Ah yes, the food of the gods. Welcome to the stream, Dingo Paw. Glad you could join us. Let's see. Reheals 80 HP.
So it doesn't work like cooking does in Cold Steel. There's only one item you can make per recipe.
Let's see, go north to the house next to Eppin Bar.
Has been gone since this morning. Hope he's not getting into any trouble with Luke. I'm worried about what he's up to. Okay, here we go. Thanks to the airliners in recent days, even Roland has been able to get a good selection of books. thanks to that, I found myself compelled to buy a new one each time I head to the store. But I get yelled at by my wife for getting so many, so maybe I should cut back a bit. I've only got the first chapter of this novel, so if you want, I'll give it to you.
Received Cornelia Chapter 1. Alright.
Just when I thought Luke had come home, he took off out the door again. I told the boy that dinner was almost ready too. That boy is always running around like his pants are on fire. He just can't sit still for 2 minutes.
I would suggest you read the newspaper? Okay. Gotta get used to which button opens the menu. Featured story, The Queen's 60th is nigh, a milestone anniversary. The half-year countdown to Her Majesty Queen Alicia's 60th birthday celebration has begun. This has been a banner year for Her Royal Highness, sparking more anticipation than this event has ever seen before. But we must not forget, too, that this year is the 10th since the 100 Days' War, a period of intense turmoil for all of Libero. As we celebrate, let us also reflect on the tragedies of the past so that we... may refrain from ever reliving them in the future. We have been afforded this luxury of hindsight, and we must use it to its fullest. Preparations underway. The newspapers are actually pretty neat and add so much flavor to the game. Sounds good. I'll try to remember every time I get one. And to keep an eye out for them, too. Preparations underway in the royal city. Main Street is filled with the bustle of men and women furiously preparing decor and merchandise for the upcoming festivities, and developing new products specifically for sale during the celebration. The competition is truly cutthroat. So how you doing tonight, Dingo Pa? Again, I'm glad you could join us.
I yearn for my customers' taste buds to sing with delight, says Miss Sorbet, local ice cream purveyor who deals her wares in the city's east block. Sadly, her new menu will remain a mystery to us until the day of the festival. As the population grows, more and more businesses pop up all around me. But all that means is more customers, especially at festival time, so I'm certainly not complaining, she exclaims with a sly smile. Miss Sorbet seems to have a few tricks up her sleeve, so to all our competitors we say watch out. Who shall stand and who shall fall? Prior to the festival, Her Majesty will be hosting our annual martial arts competition in the Royal Arena. This fiercely competitive tournament is always a big hit, with some avid spectators even regarded as the day's main event. Which team will come out on top? Society. Burglaries across the Bose region. According to our sources, the Bose region has seen a string of burglaries over the last several days, and the people have had enough. The Royal Army Border Patrol, stationed at the Hawken Gate, has been stepping up efforts to apprehend the group of criminals responsible for these acts. And anyone with information on their identities is urged to contact the Border Patrol immediately. Finding the perfect getaway, the Kingfisher Inn along the beautiful Valeria Lakeshore is more popular than ever following a visit from the women of the royal city. Won't you come and fish with us too? I'm doing good. Pretty cozy to find someone streaming this game. Yeah. I'm just glad I've recently gotten a PC that I can play it on. And I know this probably isn't a very demanding game, but but that's how bad my last laptop was. So just the news, Reen? Or should I read the book too? Must have been pretty bad if you couldn't run this game before. You can wait till you get all the chapters, okay? Yeah, it was really just a
small notebook laptop that I paid not even $200 for, so it really meant I really just bought it for basic internet stuff, but more recently I started thinking, yeah, I probably should get an actual PC I can play games on. Okay, probably need to go back home now, right? Let's see. Trying to remember the way there.
Estelle, Joshua, am I glad I found you two. Oh, hi, Ina.
Is something wrong? You seem to be in quite a hurry.
We got a bit of a problem. Is your father at home today? Yes, he is. He said something about having to sort out a bunch of documents. But what's going on? You know Luke and Pat, right? Sure we do. In fact, we saw them not that long ago.
What's wrong? Are they in some sort of trouble?
I don't know how to say this, but I just heard from Uni that Luke and Pat ran off to the tower that lies on the northern outskirts of Roland. You mean the Tower of Ismelis? Isn't that place supposed to be a breeding ground for monsters? That's what they say. Unfortunately, at the moment, Scheherazade is out on other Brace business, so I want to ask your father to bring the boys home safely. What are you talking about? There's no time for that. Joshua and I will go after them and bring them back. I don't know if that's such a good idea. The two of you only just qualified to be junior braces today.
With all due respect, I believe that Estelle's judgment is correct in this situation. If the two of us hurry, we may be able to catch up with the boys before they reach the tower.
I understand. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. As an emergency request from the Bracer Guild, I ask that you lose no time in bringing about the safe return of those children. Roger that!
Understood.
The Ismelis Tower can be reached by taking the western path at the junction along the Malga Trail. You can get into the Malga Trail through Roland's northwest gate. I'll be on standby at the guild, so if you run into any trouble, you know where to find me. This is our first real job. Come on, Joshua, we don't have any time to lose.
I'm right behind you. Yeah, let me see if there's anything in here I should get first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Elker.
Good afternoon, sir. Correct me if I'm wrong, but today is your last day of training, isn't it? I seem to remember you saying something about the last time I had you run the store. Yes, that's right. So how'd your training go? That emblem on your chest means I shouldn't have expected anything less from Cassie's kids. But we're still braces in training. I see, but, well, I knew you were going to have to give up your part-time job here sooner or later. Yes, I'm really sorry about that. Don't sweat it. I knew it'd happen eventually when I hired you on. It's a shame, though. There's hardly anyone out there with as good an eye for weapons as you. But that's the path you've chosen, so get out there and show us what you're made of. Ooh, okay. Be sure to greet Stella upstairs if you haven't. I haven't, because it's my first time being in the store, and yeah, this is pretty expensive. Ugh.
Hello there, Joshua and Estelle. Stella, listen to this! I finally became a bracer! My goodness, is that true? And Joshua too?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Congratulations to the both of you, you did wonderfully. But one thing, Estelle, you shouldn't be proud just because you became a bracer. This is just a starting point. I understand that. The two of you will experience a lot of new things as bracers, and I hope that I can be proud of the fact that this is the path you chose in the coming years. But enough about my feelings. Please work hard and good luck.
Yeah, I don't know if I can buy anything from here. I mean, I can buy one armor or one weapon. tips on what I should do? On what I should get, if anything? It's like I said, I can really only get... Well, I could get 2 of these. That'd probably do to start. Yeah, let's just get a couple of these to start. Okay, hang on a minute. The tower is to the north of Roland at the west end of the Malga Trail. Okay. Malga Trail is up there. Oops, wrong way. It's up this way. Alright, let's head out and see how I do. If I recall correctly, stats in this game can make a bigger difference than what they give the impression of. I'm sure they can, I'm just saying at the moment that's pretty much all I have the money to spare. In other words, I don't need to go crazy spending it. I wonder why he can't hit him. Because Estelle's having not had any problem.
Piece of cake.
Guess Joshua needs to use magic, use arts on those guys. The battle theme is so groovy, I love it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's pretty good. Lily Mover. Weekend's Fire, which I don't have any of at the moment.
Alright, we're good to go.
I got a little bit of water Sepith at least.
Piece of cake.
Fobbing bomb. Oh, missed an enemy here. Could be wrong, but I feel like I need to give Joshua something to raise his accuracy when I get a chance. Looks like the enemies need to have their accuracy raised as well. Nah, that's fine.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Okay, now they're both level 4. Nice. Estelle learned Taunt. Let's see, okay, I'd go to the tower.
Piece of cake.
Another tier ball. That's good. Okay, maybe you're right, Dingo Paw. If they miss even when getting a critical, they probably do need help.
All right, we're good to go. That's that then. Let's move out.
Looks like we come all the way to the Esmelas Tower. I didn't see any sign of them on the trail. So do you think they've wandered inside? It's quite likely that's the case. Let's go in. It looks like we'll need to hurry.
Right.
It's dark in here. I'm scared.
Quit being a baby.
We're only on the first floor of this place.
Did you hear that? They really did come in here.
Estelle, are you alright?
Luke! Pat! If you can hear me, answer me now! Those little brats, are they pretending they can't hear me?
They might have climbed up to the second floor. Let's hurry and see if we can find them. What are we gonna do?
Somebody help!
Run full speed in the direction of the voice or rush in simultaneously with Joshua. I'd say with Joshua.
Let's go, Joshua!
Right, I've got your back.
You monsters go somewhere else! No! Shoot! Shoot! Leave us alone! Chew on this! Estelle, what are you doing here?
Joshua, you're here too.
Get back, you two! These monsters aren't playing around!
We'll take care of them. Protect all NPCs. If an NPC's HP reaches 0, the game is over. Oh, okay. Alright, only fixed one.
Looks like that's that.
Yeah, I'm glad everyone's safe too. By the way, that was great timing the way you blitzed those monsters, Estelle.
You really think so?
Is it safe now?
Oh man, that was awesome. You really showed them, Estelle. Not bad for a girl. You little twerp! Ow, that hurts. What are you trying to do to me? What's wrong with you? You even dragged poor Pat all the way up here against his will. It's time to think about what you did today. Ow, you're hurting me. Stop it. I said stop it, you violent she-devil.
I know the rules said a backseat, but can I give you a tip? Yeah, sure. So this is the things I get for saving your neck, huh? Looks like it's time to give you some of my special discipline. Ow, 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 ow! Alright, Estelle, I'm sorry. Everything was my fault.
Estelle,
Shouldn't we forgive each other like they teach at school?
this brat doesn't need forgiveness, but a little discipline should do the trick.
Estelle, behind you!
It's something with teeth, isn't it?
Maybe?
Nice monster?
I'm not gonna make it in time.
Huh?
Dad, you came!
S-Crafts can actually be used after already attacking by clicking that red orb, so it's pretty much wasted turn to use them on their own. Okay. Yeah, I need to try to remember that. But yeah, thanks for the tip. You still lack skill and understanding, Estelle. You must always prepare for unseen danger by sharpening your senses. That's part of what it means to be a bracer.
Dad? What are you doing here?
I just happened to be in town and heard the whole story from Ina. I'll give you points for your quick thinking and taking action to come after the children, but you failed to follow through completely.
I really messed up, didn't I?
It's a good thing you showed up when you did. Ugh. Come on, Mouse.
Okay, there we go. It's a good thing you showed up when you did. I'm sorry, I should have been watching your back. That just means you have room for improvement. Constantly working to overcome your weak spots is the key. Understood. So, how about we head home, everyone? Can you boys walk?
I think so.
That was incredible, Mr. Bright. You were like a gazillion times more awesome than Estelle.
Haha, of course it was. I'm her father. Alright, everyone, let's file on out of here.
I'm with you, Mr. Bright. Who's the glory hog now? I mean, I guess I should be thankful that Dad saved my behind. But why does he have to go and take all the credit like that? It really chaps my hide.
That's just the way he is. After all, he is Cassius Bright.
It seems like you've had quite a day. That is just unbelievable. The second we get back to Roland, he says,
I'll leave the reporting to you.
and takes off for home. The sheer nerve, I tell you.
There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill over it. At least the boys get back safe and sound. Anyway, I think that's all there is to report.
Received payment for a child rescue. Total. Got 1 BP. Okay. Oh, got 1,000 Mira. Nice. And got. Oh, okay. Got 3 more BP plus 1. Okay, cool. Current rank is Junior Bracer Ninth Class.
You did well for your first assignment. From the details of your report alone, I believe I can commend you both for a job well done. You should be proud of yourselves. You really think so? I know so. In fact, you'll do even better on your next job. If anything else comes up, I'd appreciate your help again. Sure.
How about we head home, too?
I guess we'd better. I've still got dinner to prepare. Would you mind holding on a second? A letter arrived for your father just a little while ago. Unfortunately, since it went straight home, I never got the chance to give it to him. Do you think you could deliver it instead?
Received letter to Cassius.
I wonder if it's more work-related stuff. Imagine so. The letter appears to be from one of our foreign branches.
One of the guild's foreign branches?
As I'm sure you already know by now, Lyreborough isn't the only country where the Bracer Guild exists. On top of that, your father is widely known all across the Cimurian continent, so we can expect these kinds of letters from time to time. If you two would be so kind as to make sure he gets this letter, I would really appreciate it.
Okay, that's for the cookie. Got it. Okay, that is the bestiary. That's what I thought. Alright. So, time to head home now, I guess. Let's see. I'm trying to remember where that is. That's not it.
Hey, Joshua? Do you think I'm really cut out to be a bracer?
Well, you seem to have inherited your father's skill with the staff, and your nosy personality doesn't let you ignore someone in distress.
Really? You think so?
Sure, but why are you asking? Are you still thinking about what happened back in the tower?
Yeah. Because of my carelessness, Luke almost got caught in the middle of a dangerous situation. If Dad hadn't come when he did, he could have been seriously injured. I guess I'm just worried about whether or not I'll be able to stay on top of things in the future.
That kind of talk doesn't sound like the Estelle I know.
Huh?
If we fail today, then all that's left to do is take back our losses tomorrow, right? Overthinking and worrying about things that haven't happened yet is definitely not like you. Isn't it being a bracer what you've always dreamed of? How can you expect to succeed if you let something like what happened today discourage you?
Joshua. You're right. This isn't like me at all.
I don't think a serious expression really suits your face either. You laughing like a big ditz is far more natural for you.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're gonna see my angry expression if you keep that up.
Okay, I admit that last comment was pushing things a bit.
I'll overlook it this time. And thanks for cheering me up. I don't know about you, but I'm so ready to get home and eat. My stomach just started growling like a bear.
Maybe glutton is closer to the mark than ditz.
We're home, Dad! We finished reporting the guild like you told us to.
Good work, kids. The details of your report will be reviewed in each branch and will affect your pay and rank advancement in the future. Please make sure that you always remember to do it.
Don't worry, we will. And before I forget, I got that copy of the Liberal News you wanted. There was this letter for you at the guild, too. Handed over the Liberal News and letter.
A letter, huh?
Well, I'm going to get cleaned up and start dinner. Oh, and Dad? Thanks for coming when you did today. You really helped me out back there.
I see you're being rather gracious today. Papa is happy. How delightful that my daughter has finally understood what a great man her father truly is.
Just don't push it.
There's no need to hold back, Estelle. Come and jump into your father's loving arms.
In your dreams? I swear, the men in this house have one thing in common. They never know when to shut up.
I guess she's not as depressed as I had thought she'd be. Should I be thanking you, Joshua?
Estelle making dinner. Yeah, I've already gotten the vibe that she's not. She's definitely not the best cook.
I didn't do much. I just gave her a push in the right direction. Estelle's a resilient girl to begin with. Yes, she is, but she still has a long way to go. She'll run into more than just a few stumbling blocks in this line of work. And overcoming those obstacles is what will teach her to stand on her own 2 feet. There's that soft side of yours talking again.
Oh no! Her egg's supposed to explode like that?
What'd you do? Put them in a microwave?
I guess I shouldn't have gone in expecting to make a perfect meal in a single try. No, wait! Cooking is supposed to be about passion. Exploding eggs are passionate, right? Now, once more!
That daughter of mine can sometimes be a little too passionate. That's about the only way I can imagine for an egg to explode. Yeah, but I would think microwaves wouldn't exist in this game. I don't know. I think I'll go help with dinner. We don't want the curtains to catch fire again.
But at this rate, there's no telling when we can expect to have a bite of food ready on the dinner table. Haha. Alright then, let's see what this letter is all about, shall we?
Cassius cuts the letter seal.
A message from the Erebonian Empire? What? Wow, this is a surprise.
This new dish is what I call Estelle's Explosion Over Rice.
Well, it sounds good. His eyebrows there did all the talking, yup.
Be sure to savor every last morsel.
I will. Your cooking this evening is excellent. My compliments to the chef.
This is raw talent at its best. Today certainly has been a busy but great day nonetheless. We qualified as junior bracers, had our first real assignment, and I didn't even lose my eyebrows making dinner this time.
Okay. Not to mention the food being delicious. For our first attempt, this dish is actually quite edible. At first, I thought I might have to pitch it out the window when you weren't looking, but it seems that technique won't be necessary tonight. Maybe she should have kept quiet about having to do that.
Sometimes you're just so despicably rude, Dad. Don't you know how to be humble and just say something tastes nice?
Alright then, how about this? Boy, I never thought I'd be able to eat something wonderful like this before I had to leave on business. You made a splendid meal, Estelle.
Thanks, Dad. Wait, business?
Are you really leaving again? Yes. Something unexpected came up. This time I'm going to be away for a while.
Hold on a minute. You're leaving? When?
Tomorrow morning.
What? I don't care what kind of job you're doing. That's just too soon.
It's about that letter, isn't it? Was there some sort of incident? Oh, it's something like that. Just a simple investigation. Yeah, your reaction when you read it says otherwise. I'll have to visit a number of places, so it'll take me about a solid month before I'm through. That being the case, please take good care of the house while I'm away.
What do you mean, that being the case? You always use some vague excuse like that and take off for who knows how long.
We have to accept it, Estelle. A bracer's job is to help those who can't come to us for help.
I know. But what are you going to do about all your jobs here at the Roland branch? You've already accepted a few of them, haven't you?
Oh, only about 5 or 6.
That's more than a few.
So I was thinking, and how about the both of you handle them for me instead?
What? Are you really asking us to do the work that you're supposed to be doing?
That I am. I'll have you do the ones with which I think you can accomplish. And I'll ask Scheherazade to handle the difficult ones. Scheherazade. So, what do you say?
I'd like to, but when I think about how I messed up today, is it really okay to leave these jobs in the hands of new recruits?
Comparatively speaking, none of the jobs are that difficult, but there are a few in which you would be entrusted with someone's life. I'm not going to force you to do anything. However, I would like you to sit down and think about it.
I don't know. What do you think, Joshua?
I agree with Dad on this one. Besides, I think it would be a great experience for the both of us. I know as junior bracers we're only like half a bracer each, but there are 2 of us, and 2 halves make a whole, right? Don't you think we can manage these jobs as long as we make sure to back each other up?
2 halves make a whole, huh? I think you're right, Joshua. Dad, we'll do them for you. In fact, I'm really excited to do them now.
Then it's settled. I'll stop by the guild and let Ina know about the change of plan before I leave. By the way, Dad, which flight will you be on tomorrow? The one headed for Gransel or the one headed for Bose? I'll be on the one headed for Gransel. My flight departs at 10 o'clock in the morning.
That means I'll have to get up a little earlier tomorrow. I better set my alarm clock just in case.
Hopefully she remembers to do that. Dad, are you still awake, Joshua? You'd better hold off on the liquor or Estelle will get mad again. This is just my way of lifting my spirits before I travel. How about yourself? Would you like to join me for a drink? I'll pass. Actually, what I should be saying here is, don't offer alcohol to minors! I'm not like Shahara, who would jump at any chance to enjoy a drink or 10. That's because she holds her liquor much better than I do. There's something really serious happening, isn't there? There's no conclusive evidence, but there appears to be some sort of movement within the Empire. The Erebonian Empire? That sounds very suspicious. This movement doesn't appear to be overt, but that's what has me worried. I intend to do a little probing at the Erebonian Embassy to see what turns up. Understood. Make sure to look after Estelle while you're gone. Don't you spoil that girl, you hear me? Now that she's become a bracer, she needs to learn to look after herself. Estelle will be fine. She's got good instincts, and despite being a bit rough around the edges, she has talent with the staff as well. There's no doubt in my mind that she'll be a first-class bracer someday. Yet at present, she's like a babe in arms who knows nothing about the realities of the world around her. At some point in time, she'll have to choose which path to follow in life. And Joshua, the same thing can be said for you, too. It's already been 5 years since you became a part of this family, hasn't it? How time does fly. Yes, it sure does seem that way. About what you said back then, are you sure you won't reconsider taking those words back? For me, keeping my word is what defines who I am. If I can't do something as simple as that, I don't know how I could live with myself. I know this may sound stubborn, but I can't take back what I said. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. But I'd like you to remember this. No matter what path you choose in life, you can't erase these past 5 years. Estelle and I will always be your family, no matter what may befall you. Thanks, Dad.
Prologue: A Father's Love and a New Beginning. The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky.
Well, it looks like it's time for me to board my flight. Estelle, don't do anything I wouldn't do myself, and try not to be a handful for Joshua either.
For the umpteenth time, I heard you already. How about you try not to go overboard yourself with your own work? You're not getting any younger, you know.
Say what you will, but I'm not about to be overtaken by youngsters. Scheherazade, I'm really sorry about placing all this work on your shoulders at the last minute.
Please, don't be. I am slightly concerned, however, about whether or not I can do a decent job in your place.
There's no need to be humble, Silverstreak. And I don't mean to make your life any more difficult, but please keep an eye on these two.
You just leave that to me. Is tightening up the reins and not spoiling these two fine with you?
You definitely understand the way I think.
What's this all about?
Feels to me like a mutual understanding between master and people.
The Grancel-bound airliner Linde will be departing shortly. All passengers, please board the airship now.
Uh-oh, I better take my seat. Have a great trip, Dad. I'll take care of everything here while you're gone.
Hurry back! When you're done with your work, make sure you come straight home. And no goofing off!
Is that any way to see your beloved pop off? Oh well, I'll try my best to come home as soon as I can. Alright, you two, be good while I'm gone. He's gone. Again.
Yeah. Come on, you two. There's no need to look so down. Your father will be back in no time. I don't know what kind of investigation he's been asked to do this time, but when it comes to your father, he'll have it done before you know it. I'm not sad that he's gone. He's always been away more than he's been at home. Alright, if you say so. Anyway, I'm going to get to work on those jobs your father left for me. But if you run into any trouble, give me a holler. Will do. But first I'd like to try and finish a few jobs with Joshua. I want to see what we're capable of doing as junior bracers. Alright, if you insist. I imagine that with Joshua tagging along, there probably won't be much to be worried about. Good luck, you two. Thanks! We'll do our best.
So, what do you want to do now, Estelle? Shall we go stop by the guild?
Yeah, we should probably talk to Aina and find out what jobs are waiting for us. Let's go! Okay, actually this is where I'm going to take a short break. So if there's anything you need to do, now would be a good time. And I'll be back as soon as I can. And since I'm using OBS now, let's see if I can add this. Okay. Alright, yeah, there we go. So yeah, I'll be back as soon as I can. So see you soon. Okay, I'm back. So hope you all had a nice break. It is time. Okay. Let's see. I need to go to talk to Aina first. Find a shiny rock. Client Charles. Pay 30 Mira. 30? Yeesh. I guess it's an easy job. I guess I shouldn't expect much. I'd like someone to find my shiny rock. Please speak to me directly for details. I think I might have dropped it behind the Melder's Orbital Factory. Client Bracer Guild. Pay 600 Mira. Difficulty low. A ferocious monster known as a pine plant has been spotted roving the Milch Main Road. Bracers from this branch are requested to deal with this threat immediately. Alright.
Oh, good morning, Estella, Joshua. Has your father already left?
Yep, just barely. That's why we came here to find out about the jobs he left for us.
Sure. There are a total of 3 jobs I've lined up for you. For the first one, I'd like you to head out to the farm west of here.
The farm west of here? Isn't that where Tio lives?
Tio? I seem to have heard that name somewhere before.
Tio Purcell. She was one of our classmates at Sunday school. She's also the Purcell farm owner's daughter.
Oh, really? It's actually the Purcell farm that put in a request to have someone exterminate some monsters.
Are they really having problems like that?
Fortunately, nobody has been hurt, but the owner and his family are upset over their fields being destroyed by the creatures. Therefore, the guild received an extermination request.
I never would have expected something like that to happen.
Okay, we'll head out there right now. Here, take this with you.
Received guild referral.
This document certifies that you were dispatched by the guild. Please give it to the owner of the farm.
We already know Tio's father pretty well, so I don't think this is necessary. Well, just to be safe. But we'll take it just in case. Okay, she's only gonna give us one at a time. Got it. Should I take care of these ones first, or the ones from Aina? Directly from Aina. I guess I'll do these 2 first. Speak to me. Please speak. I think I might have dropped it behind the... where is Charles? It says where he might have dropped the rock, but not where he is. Okay. Oh, this is Charles. Okay.
This is really weird. Where could have gone? Oh, excuse me, but can I ask you something? You didn't see a shiny rock around here anywhere, did you? Huh? A shiny rock? Yeah, that's right, one that sparkles. You didn't see a rock like that flying around anywhere, did you? Are you saying you lost something? I don't recall seeing anything like that. Do you know where you might have dropped it? My mom was calling out for me, so I ran over to the general goods store where she was. I know I had it in my hand at the time, but when I came back here, it was gone. When you say general goods store, you mean Mr. Renan's store, right? Did you look in front of his store? Obviously, that's the first place I looked. Don't need to treat me like a kid, you know. My, aren't you a charmer? Well, I already asked the Bracer Guild to help find it, so I'm sure it'll show up sooner or later. If you do happen to come across it, give me a holler straight away. I'll probably be around.
I might have dropped it behind the Melder's Orbital Factory. He said he dropped it outside Mr. Renon's shop, but when he looked for it there, he didn't find it. Okay. Well, let's go check that shop then. This one took me way longer than I'm willing to admit. Okay. Since we can... That you still on Joshua? Cause you don't bother me while I'm working. But I guess you're old enough that I want to tell you that, huh? And your bracers too? Now that's something else. I've changed my mind about you kids. Deal with everything being in short supply around here. Damn it, somehow I'm going to have to dig up a grade A product here before I head to my next business deal. Looks like Linda just arrived at the landing port. I'm sure the products I've ordered from Bose have come, so I've got to go pick them up. Huh? What's the matter?
I wonder what this is. There's something shining down there through the sewer grate.
You're right. It looks like something must have fallen through.
The sewers?
Don't tell me you forgot about the sewers already. You know, that smelly, monster-infested place we were in not that long ago?
Oh, right, those sewers.
We went there during our practical training, right? The entrance to the sewers should be just behind the chapel. If you're so interested in what's down there, then how about we check it out a little later?
Sure, let's do that.
Or we could do it now? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, let's do that now. Let's see. Where's the chapel? Is it the purple building? Yep, it is, alright.
Piece of cake.
Solution makes total sense, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out to check the sewer grates. Yeah, I think I just happened to stumble upon it myself, so I understand.
Piece of cake.
All right, we're good to go. All right, we're good to go.
quartz fragment.
I see now. The thing we saw shining through the sewer grate was this.
Seems like it. Quartz fragment, huh? Now we know why it was shining so much.
The way it sparkles is so beautiful. This is made of septium too, right?
Loosely speaking, yes. But let's talk about it later. This isn't really a place to have a leisurely chat.
I guess you're right. No normal person would want to stay here any longer than they had to.
Don't know if you're already aware of it, but there is a turbo button on Alt can make regular encounters feel a bit less tedious if that's the case. Yeah, thanks, but well, thanks for letting me know. I don't know which button does it, though. Of course, I'm okay with it anyway, because it hadn't been that bad to me yet. Let's see, is there some... Anyway, Charles was behind the Horrible Factory, which is... Is it this place, I think? Yeah.
Is that rock? Could it be that this is the rock you've been looking for?
Hand it over, quartz fragment.
Yep, this is the one, my shiny rock.
Yeah, I don't really mind playing without it either, but it's nice to have options. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It is nice to have the option there, because I know some people prefer to use it.
Why is it all dirty like this?
Should we tell him?
Hey, don't you have anything else to say before you complain? You guys are bracers, right? I've already paid your money to the guild. Therefore, I think I have the right to complain. Hey, Ryoshin! Thanks for the raid. How you doing tonight? And welcome everyone who joined in. Hi, Panda! Glad you could join us.
I'm doing good. How are you doing? Doing good. Doing great, thanks. You're still playing Wild Arms 2, right? Got alert. D&D is about to start. Okay, no problem. Have fun. And thanks to the lurk. But good luck trailing the sky. Thanks. You like Estelle? I said earlier, she's definitely a different breed. But I didn't mean that in a bad way. My fave MC. Yeah, she's pretty cool. That's not the problem here. Calm down, Estelle. He's just a kid.
I know that, but...
This quartz is what you were looking for, right?
Yeah, that's the one. This rock is really quartz? You mean the same kind of quartz that's in an ornament?
Yep, it's the same kind of quartz made of sepith. It chipped, so it doesn't function anymore.
I see.
She's called Bestel for a reason.
So this rock belonged to an ornament. What's wrong? You seem a bit out of it. Oh, me? Oh, it's nothing. I'm glad you found it. I guess that's about it then. Oh, that reminds me. I almost forgot. Here, take these.
Receive drilled meatballs? Times 5.
My mom gives me these and tells me they're healthy, but they're kind of bitter, so I can't stand them. Anyway, I appreciate what you did for me today.
But yeah, apparently reached the point of no return in Wild Arms 2, so I'll concentrate on trying to find all the side stuff I'm still missing. Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Seriously, what a cheeky little kid.
Yeah, whenever I do get my capture card, I have Wild Arms 2 on my PS3, so I'll probably play it sometime. I'm sure it's a difficult age for him, but I wonder why he was searching for that quartz.
Well, what do you mean? Now that you mention it, it does seem a little strange. But oh well, everyone has something they think is important.
Truer words couldn't be spoken. Perhaps that kid has an interest in orbits.
I, for one, don't see what's so interesting about those overly complex gadgets. My brain goes numb just thinking about them.
Except for the fact that you'll have to get used to them sooner or later. You won't be able to fulfill your job as a bracer if you can't use one.
Alright, I'll try and learn.
Quest, find the shiny rock completed. Okay, what was the other one I had? Well, okay, I guess I need to return and report that quest finished first. Well, I understand why I only got 30 Mira now. That's probably all the poor kid had. Current rank is Junior Bracer 9th class.
Good work. It seems like you completed your objective without any trouble. If you finish any other jobs, please come back and report again.
Okay, let's see. What's the next one I have to do? Milchmane Road Monster. A ferocious monster known as a pine plant has spotted roving the Milch Main Road. Racers from this branch are requested to deal with this threat immediately. Oh, okay. So I don't have to talk to her to... Oh wait, what? First something you do is the most information. Well, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that one just yet. I'm gonna go check that Milch room. Except I do want to stop in here for a quick. You upgrade any of your slots yet, besides the ones done in the tutorial? No, I probably should. I think I'll just buy one armor vest, because money's still kind of tight right now. Okay, don't have enough for that one. Or that one. Okay, can't do that at the moment. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I need to go this way.
we're good to go.
Just wondered where my target's at.
That's that then. Let's move out.
The ferocious monster knows a pine plant has been spotted over the mill stream. Okay.
Piece of cake. We're good to go.
Bare description of its location could have been useful. Yeah, definitely.
Piece of cake.
Or like I said, just put it somewhere on the map maybe. Oh. Okay.
Here I come.
Hey, Luna Topaz, welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? I'm doing well. How's it going? Going well. Got to start Trails in the Sky tonight. Finally figured out how to. Oh crap!
Sorry.
Well, fudge.
No.
I guess. Yeah, this fight is a bit more on the dangerous side. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should forget it for now until I've leveled up more. Or at least upgraded my armor. Falcom music is so good. Yeah, it is. What Falcom games have you played? Luna Topaz?
Here I come. I'm sorry.
I haven't played any, but I've listened to playlists of Falcom music on YouTube. Oh, okay. Like I said, I was wondering if I should just let this one go for now. Can I run for this? Okay, I can. Yeah, let's forget about that one for now. Where? My cheap ass would run all the way back to their house and risk to recover for free. Is there a place to actually sleep by pain? Because that's what I'm doing. Especially since money is kind of tight in this, at least in this part of the game. Any bed, I think. Oh, okay. But yeah, especially at this point in the game, Estelle's probably... I think you can sleep in either one, actually. Yeah, so you can sleep in either one. But yeah, I think I'm going to hold off on that monster chest for now. Anyway, still gotta go find that quest monster. Wherever the heck it is. So, what'd you play tonight, Luna? I don't think I fought this monster yet. I have pizza! Yay! What kind? Combination pizza and I added extra cheese. Sounds good. What game did you play tonight?
Piece of cake.
Nope, nothing around here. Seriously, where the heck is it? Continue on. It says bridge checkpoint, but that's just where you will eventually end up. Oh, okay.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Thanks, Dingo. What's up, Luna? I asked what game you played tonight. Or games, if you played more than one. I haven't played many games today. I played some Sea of Thieves earlier, but it was mostly to test some stream stuff. I think I'll play some Genshin now. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Have fun. You're welcome.
Piece of cake.
We're good to go.
But yeah, silly me finally figured out I could use window capture to capture a game I'm playing when game capture didn't work. Wait, what the world? Oh, okay, I see now. Okay, maybe I went too far. Where the heck is that monster? I guess I'll take a look around here. What's that? Large monster is prowling. Let me save just in case that's it. Or just in case that's not it, I should say. Okay, yep, that's it, so that's good. Sinui truly is menacing. Yeah, I wish I had a fire art on me right now. I guess I can still use a wind one. Still does normal damage to it.
Here I come.
glad she can cast here pretty much next turn now. Or at least she has been recently. Yeah, thanks for the cheer, Lena. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I should have kept using magic here. Oh, what the hell? Yep.
Piece of cake.
Gosh dang it. Oh well. Got the job done even if you missed out on some experience. Exterminate monster on Millspain Road. Alright, let's get out of here. Sure, go the right way. No, I'm not. Of course I'm not. That last FU messed me up the first time. Yeah, I thought it was about to mess me up. On the bright side, if it had, I'd saved first, so... all I would have lost was a little time. And I would have known not to use any normal attacks. Yeah, I'm a little sad Joshua missed out on the experience, but maybe he'll get caught up. I think that fight SWAT made me start saving religiously. You get like 1,000 slots and I almost filled off them all. Oh, okay. $600 Mira. Ooh, we're rank advancement to Junior Bracer 8th class. Received information quartz as a perk. Nice.
Good work. It seems like you completed your objective without any trouble. If you finish any other jobs, please come back and report again.
I think that's all the side ones. I'm gonna go to the... No, not there. Here. Yep, I'm gonna open up another slot for Joshua now. And I guess I should see if I can get him another quartz. Let's see. Oh, I got some. Oh, there's some new courses here. Can't get in. Can't get that one. Can't get that one. Maybe. Maybe that one. No, I probably need to get attack 1 so it'll have a fire one. Check out the one you just got. Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks. Let's see. Equip. Not equip. Orbment. Information. Mirage element value times 2. Be able to perceive enemy status. Okay, why not? Though it would be nice to get a fire one also. I guess I'll go and grab it and just save it for another time. Oh, I didn't give him any more spells. Oh, it didn't? Should I keep it then, or should I put this attack 1 I'm about to get on him? Because I was thinking I probably need a fire art, because it seems like a lot of people... Yeah, it seems like a lot of enemies are weak against fire right now. Okay, yeah, I'll teach him Firebolt, so that's good. I'm gonna hate the defense loss, but he gets a decent amount of strength, so... Yeah, it was the attack 1 that lowered his defense. Oh well, like I said. Having more attack will probably help make up for that, so probably shouldn't think about it too much. Okay, like I said, I finished all the side quests, so I think before I think I'm gonna save doing the story stuff for next time, so this is where I'll end the stream for tonight. Let me check your health. Yeah, this is where I'm going to end the stream for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed tonight's stream. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel, link below to see my past streams, as well as my Twitter account, to be notified when I go live or further announcements. I hope to be back later tonight to continue playing. Thank you for streaming. You're welcome, and thanks for tuning in, Luna. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Hopefully I'll be back later tonight to continue playing Trails of Cold Steel 2. If not, I'll be back on Monday to continue playing Star Ocean First Departure R. So hopefully I'll see you then. Yeah, have a good night, Reen. I hope you enjoyed this. Oh, you're... said your thing's pouting, so you're sad that I'm ending. Really cozy stream. Have a great one. Thanks. If you'll stick around, I'll be dropping a host. Let's see. Who I'm gonna host tonight? Probably who I hosted last time if he's still on. Sounds good. See you later. Have a good one, everyone. You too, Luna. Thanks again. Okay, yeah, we're gonna host Mr. Shion Petra 92. Who is playing Pokemon Legends Arceus. So I hope you'll stick around for that, and I hope y'all have a great night. I will see you either later tonight or on Monday. Yeah, if I don't see you later tonight, then enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care, everyone. Bye.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.